Here's my controller to switch this screen. Okay, so we are live on the YouTube. Our plan for today, I probably don't even need to read what I typed, but let me just double check I don't miss something. It's a short one today. Short today command. We might go late tonight, because I'm not going out tonight. Don't want to get people sick. So, we seem to be halfway through this felt wrapper, but for some reason the reactivity isn't kicking in like I expected. So time to debug that, right? Like our download button, the status isn't showing up where we need it. So that'll be something we start debugging. And then after that, we start in on the Angular and the solid wrapper, which should be fun. So yeah, we're going to do that. Let me switch the right screen. Oh, I'm stoked we got to raid Keto Kibu yesterday. Yeah, he's great. Did you guys enjoy his stream? I know he was doing C# stuff, but yeah, he's just a fun dude. I do need to throw this coffee mug that I just did my bone broth in. I need to throw this into the dishwasher and kick the dishwasher off. So let me go do that real quick. I think I'm going to do dumplings for dinner. Okay, fresh glass for water. Let me do this too. I'm going to rinse this glass and do the whiskey early. Alrighty, so how's everyone's day going? You forgot your bone broth? How dare you? And Moshiko, yeah, you did hear Angular. We're going to make a wrapper for Angular. Why wouldn't we? When we let people vote on it, Angular came out ahead of Solid. And what's up, haha? We know you're not new, you liar. Ooh, we put a dent in that bottle yesterday, didn't we? Alrighty. And yeah, how's everyone's Friday? People who are here in the US, you enjoying your 4-day weekend? People outside the US, you jealous of our 4-day weekend? And I know the joke is no, not really, because you get the whole summer off, don't you? If you're in Europe. So how jealous could you really be? Feels like you're supposed to work tomorrow. You are, man. No, I'm kidding. Oh, that's good. That's a good beverage. Music seems a little loud. Let me dial it back just a little. I restarted Mass Effect Legendary Edition last night. That shit is good. It's definitely from the era where they don't really help you out on like finding where shit is. It's easy to get lost in that first Citadel. I think they made it better in the subsequent games, but yeah, it's super easy to get lost there. All right, so the problem that we got, let me just refresh and show you. Right, we go here and we want to pick one of these models. And when we click download model, we should see something like kicking here. We do see that, or I thought we saw that downloads were kicking. Yeah, okay. So that was the wrong tab. I was wondering why that didn't look right. Let's do this. Let's clean up a bunch of these dev tools that we're not using anymore. They can be a bit of a memory leak. All right, so I want to double check, like, is the download kicking off? And I think we checked that yesterday. And you've been enjoying Arc? Yeah, it seems good. Little sweaty? Yeah, I've heard. Make sure you turn crossplay off. Like there was a study, like a loose study someone did, but there are way more like bad actors on PlayStation and Xbox. And it's possible that they're just not using audio, they're not listening. Like, you know, they're just not communicating, so they just view it as like a standard looter shooter, kill everyone kind of thing. But yeah, like I've seen at least something that showed that like Arc Raiders is worse on console. So yeah, turn off crossplay. And yeah. Announcement about Svelte reactivity, fun times. Given that you work on what is, as far as you can tell, the largest open source Svelte project, you came to perhaps backseat. That's fine. Yeah, I'm probably going to need your help. I'm okay with that. We're going to be engaging coding with Caleb GPT. Hell yeah, there you go, Ethan. Feels like walking a dog. All right, so we do see that all of the chunks are getting downloaded, right? This is the exact thing that we should have seen reactivity for here, but we're not doing that properly. So, number one, we have this that is coming out of our wrapper, right? Progress report. And that is a store, not a rune. That is a store that we are exporting. As a readable from a writable. So we know the download is happening, but I'm wondering if our writable isn't working right. or if it's something about this like readable wrapping the writable, you know? Right? Like, have you seen this pattern before, Caleb? I basically just don't want to expose the writable thing, right? So we have a writable internally, but then I'm exposing the readable as like part of the API of our wrapper. Is that a pattern you've seen? Is that a pattern that you recommend? Or am I messing up there somehow? And what's up, Kenny? Oh, it's not going to be reactive? Now, if I just didn't do the getter, would that be it? Oh, so it's not even that. So this is, okay, so this is the initial value, and then this is a callback. So then what I want to do is writable. Right, so something like that. So yeah, we'll double check, make sure that rebuilt. Oh, no, hold on. Wouldn't it be something like that? Like the unsubscribe is returned from the subscribe, right? So then I can just return that. Okay. All right, will it blend? And what up, Yasiri? How you doing? Hey, it totally blended. All right, yeah. So thank you. That was quick. Thank you, Coding with Caleb GPT. Okay, cool. Now, is this something that gets simpler with runes? Because I did read someone saying, like, yes, there are Svelte 4 users out there. And yeah, Caleb, I don't know if you saw this thing we made, but we got version usage statistics as a browser extension now. So we can see that only around 60% of people are on 5.x for their downloads. Still 30% of people on 4. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. Hold on, hold on. Runes have their own set of rules that are in some ways are more implicit and easy to use, but also come with bigger foot guns. Ah, okay. But yeah, one thing I want to do, actually, before I forget, is we should update the GitHub page with some of this stuff. I know, right? That autocomplete was hilarious. But yeah, so let's double check this. I doubt Firefox approved it, but we'll see. Still awaiting review. And I think Opera is still also awaiting review. I can see what I need. All right, so hold on. Let me go back to the chat. Want to see how many you have open? Well, if it's Chrome, you get to a point where they stop showing up. Are you that far? Wait, why is my PNPM so out of date? Hmm. Did you just close them all at one time? Oh, damn, that must feel amazing. Svelte's reactivity at a larger scale. Yeah, that'd be huge. All right, so hold on. The opera person. No NVMRC and CorePack. I haven't been using CorePack enough. That's probably on me. And yeah, man, I haven't had a need for NVMRC for a long time. Like NVM in general. I usually just get up to date unless I'm on an older project where I got to switch. All right, so the Firefox page is probably not live. All right, cool. So we got those links in there. But yeah, let's actually go through and close some of these tabs. We're looking for inspiration for packaging. So I think we're good there. Okay. So I guess here's another thing. Why are we not seeing select a model in the trigger? Probably because it needs to be like bound, like the value is bound. My guess is selected model is that. So what I would want to do is this, and then that. Nope. Well, it's not a rune, right? These are all just state like store values. Unless this is a rune. Oh, that is a rune now. Okay, so it is a rune. Got it. So if I'm doing runes here, yeah. So selected model is reactive. How do I do the thing here then, where like I show the select a model text? Right? So selected model there should technically be falsy then, right? But I guess because it's that, I wanted. No, I know. No, I think I already know. Yeah, that was it. So it's not like a nullable or undefined value. It's probably empty string. Well, no, it's not empty string. Oh, no. Yeah, that's weird. Like the null coalescer should have been fine, but whatever. Good enough. Yeah, it should have started as undefined, which means that should have been like totally working. So I'm not sure why, but whatever. It's possible. Yeah, I mean, this is the shad cn svelte like select component, so it's possible it's doing some shenanigans. Oh, interesting. I at least want to see that because that sounds cool. So yeah, it is undefined, but then here it looks like it's empty. Ah, it starts out undefined and it is then coalesced into string. Good catch. Yep. So that's why that was empty right there. So it's got to be something that the select is doing then, right? Like maybe at the bind level. Yeah, I don't like that. But yeah, inspect. That was cool. I like that. Okay, so Copy that over. How interesting. Prettier's not kicking in? That's weird. All right, so instead of ref, but yeah, this is also like proving our idea, right? We're doing this in Svelte 5, but we're consuming stores from a what I consider a Svelte 4 package, and it seems to be okay. There is a prettier plugin for Svelte. Okay. Like, is there something extra I got to do about it? Oh, prettier plugin Svelte. Got it. Okay. I don't care enough. Whatever. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So looking at the view stuff, we got this send message function. We'll bring that over. Ooh, now here's a question. Get is a stores thing. How do I get the current value of a rune? Let's go look at some docs. You just access it like a regular variable? Really? That's powerful. Oh, that's super cool then. That's super cool then. I'm guessing you don't reassign to it? Oh, but because it's a constant. Do you still use like a setter with runes? Just assign directly to. Okay. So yeah, just the problem that I made it const is the issue. Hmm. So that's really what they're complaining about. Well, I mean, because this is just a method, I only care about its value at the invocation of the method. So I feel like a get is fine. Like we wouldn't need to subscribe. Right? Like no matter what, at the moment that this function is called, we just want to get the current value. Yeah, okay. So we don't need the effect thing. But you're saying I don't need the get, I can just do $, keeping in mind that this is a store, not a rune? Yeah, I guess it would complain if it wasn't. So yeah, okay. Okay, cool. So I mean, I don't need to subscribe though. That's the whole point, Magaroth. Like I don't need a subscriber for that. So at that point, I feel like a get would be actually more what I want. Like I don't want to subscribe to it. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. I just want to make sure. Like, I assumed that get was doing like a subscribe and then immediate unsubscribe. I just wasn't sure $sign was the exact same. So if it is, then cool. Ah, okay. Gotcha. So yeah, there's a bit of like compiler magic to it, which I think is fine. Oh, I see what happened. It auto completed that on me. Okay, so moment of truth. Ooh, we didn't update that state properly. Let me just copy and paste this. Okay. Yeah, woodchuck chucklings. All right. So send message. Doesn't seem like it sent the message. Oh, hold on. Ah, where am I even doing that? I think maybe you were thinking of something I had previously. Oh, this right here. I see it now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel like that would have been still fine. Yeah, yeah. So I think it would have been fine either way, right? Like that shouldn't have been where we're bailing, but I'll add some console logs just to be sure. Interesting. So it doesn't even seem like our send message function is kicking in. That was it. Okay. So yeah, it's not the same as a woodchuck chuckling. And what were you up to, the king? Doing some Android dev, but not talking? Why not talking? Oh, because it was co-working instead of like software and game dev. I get it now. Well, yeah. What were you up to on your stream? Like, what in the world of Android dev? Where in the world is Android Dev Studio? Yes, that was a Carmen Sandiego reference. Yeah, nailed it. Yeah, you weren't showing your Android Studio. Got it. So even better. Now I was appropriate with my joke. Removing your Algolia API key, yeah, because you can't ship any keys to the client for sure. That's important. Yep, 100%. That is necessary. But okay, cool. So I'd say we finished the svelte thing too. Now, what is this error we got? Application ID is probably fine. Search API key? That one I'm less sure of. That one I don't know. But application ID should be totally fine. All right, cool. So we just finished the Svelte wrapper. Time for Angular, right? I think so. Have I tried on Svelte 3? No. Yeah, I was just going to consider Svelte 4 and 5 good enough, even though Svelte 3 is like an 11%. 12%. Any sharp edges in Angular? Yeah, I guess the trick is, how do I want to do this as an Angular package? And yeah, let me snooze this ad. I think I still want to focus on some backwards compatibility. So if we go look at versions, right, we're still seeing like 9.x at 10%. Man, this browser extension, I'm really proud of it. I think it went well. No, we're not going to do Angular JS. Come on. Though we might do an Ember version. Because why not? And what's up, War? Oh, really, Caleb? Yeah, I'm probably going to use the RxJS thing, right? I'm going to expose the reactive stuff as like subjects or observables for sure. No, it's fine. I get it. But yeah, like you see our list. If anyone else wants to help tackle some of them, right? Next up, we're going to do Angular because it actually was higher voted than the others. If someone else wants to tackle building a similar package for Solid, Ember, or Vue 2, could be cool. And it's a pretty light API that we're exposing from this wrapper so far. As we get these done and we consider it good and I start using it, maybe there's other things that I want to do. Yeah, that makes sense, Caleb. I'll probably still just do it like separate. Yeah, just because maybe the svelte one, once numbers change, we make it just 5 only, right? We make it all like rune based or something. We could do that, sure. I think stores are fine though. But yeah, if anyone wants to tackle any of these other framework supports, just let me know. There should be enough prior art in the package to kind of like show you what we're expecting to be reactive and what isn't, kind of stuff. That's just the baseline. And then as we improve the API for one, we'll just go and update all the others. Yeah, I think it sounds fun. How's this album doing? It's getting close to the end. It's not over yet, though. Dude, I'm seeing like the fourth, maybe fifth one of these somewhat spammy messages. They've all been from DM Capital. Hey, Chris, we have a family office who has a strong interest in making an investment into GitCrack in space. We are a capital advisory firm that works directly with a select group of family offices, and this particular family office has significant interest in GitKraken's vertical, so I thought it made sense to connect and see if you are open to bringing on capital. Would you be available sometime this week to discuss this opportunity? Motherfucker, I'm a developer advocate. Why are you approaching me? You're really bad at your job. Like, you're really fucking bad at your job. Hey, so you guys did it? Pulled the trigger? Hell yeah. Dude, Mac Minis are great machines, man. Okay, so you got one slightly older. I'm sure that's fine. M2 versus M4 isn't that big a deal. I do think you're going to be a little bummed with only 512 gigs. What is the 10C thing that you're talking about? Oh, cores. Got it. Ugh, yeah, I mean, you guys are you're gonna be really hurting on space. My last Mac Mini was 256, and it was really annoying, like juggling all the bullshit that gets installed. Yeah, like you can do external SSD, and that's fine, right? But there's certain things that install to your main system that are super annoying. Like Xcode is going to chew up 60 gigs. You know, 30 for Xcode itself, and then another 30 for like um, simulators. Yeah, dude, Xcode is brutal. As an editor, it's not bad, but just like the amount of space it takes up is bullshit. Like super annoying. Yeah, I don't understand what they're doing that makes it so bad. There are ways to install it to an external drive, and I've done that. Uh, I can try and track down the tutorial I followed to do so if you end up needing it. If not, no worries. Yeah, I think you'll be fine, Keck. Yeah, I feel bad. I should have mentioned that previously. That at least getting 512 would have been better, but yeah, I'm sorry about that. I think you'll be fine if you're like careful about it. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just the annoying part about like apps that install to the main drive, right? Like your apps folder. That can be really annoying. Like you're probably going to install Affinity, right? For like photo and video editing, or for photo and like SVG editing. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. It's probably not a big deal. Yeah, Xcode is brutal. All right, so there you go. Yeah, pretty cheap for a PC, and it'll probably last you long enough for like that investment to be fine. Yeah. Like I maxed mine out for like 2K. I expect it to last me like 10 years though. So yeah, by that same math, if it lasts you two, you're good to go. I could have used a derived store. Sure. Yeah, yeah, super silly, exactly. So, hold on, let me double check what you mean. So you're saying for these? Oh, and I see. You're saying like when I'm exposing them here, instead of doing a readable on top of the writable, I could have made it derived. So you're basically saying like these chunks could have been done better? And then I, yeah, don't even need, like, is the dollar sign right though? That's what I thought too. Okay. Sure, I think that's cleaner. Sure. Yeah, I like the fix. All right. Angular library starter. Looks like I can just use Angular's generator. Arr, yeah, that would have been good. That would have been real solid. Oh, I just realized I'm not showing my YouTube chat in my teleprompter. Let me pop that out just in case. No one's chatted yet, but you never know. Arr, make application me lib. Yeah, exactly. That'd be good. So I'm not sure how I feel about this. I don't want to create a whole new repo for the Angular. Let me get more music going. Hmm. So yeah, this is a problem with Angular CLI. Okay. So what I think I need to do is, right, all of their JavaScript SDKs live in a monorepo. Sentry solved this problem at some point. If we go to packages, we should see the Angular one. They only support 14 to 20, so they're only targeting post Angular Ivy. Maybe that's just something we do too. Okay. Let's pour another one of these. So, yeah, totally. No big deal. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Now, I'll just recommend my friends at TuxCare. It's what they specialize in anyway. Ooh, grab another soda. Yeah, TuxCare basically does the same thing as Hero Devs. But I'm a little closer with people I know at TuxCare. I think, oh, what's her name? Am I spacing on her name? There's definitely someone I know at Hero Devs too, though. Spacing on her name. She's got like really good tattoos. She just had that like epilepsy surgery a while back. Yeah, brain fart. She was big in the Vue community. I don't know. Hold on. Was she on the Cypress team? Maybe? Do they like show their team at all? No, not really. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's actually interesting. I haven't seen her in like social media in any major way for a long time. It's not Sarah. Jessica Sachs. That's where the S was coming from. Yeah, Jessica. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if she's even still at Hero Devs, but she was for a while at least. Got to meet her in person at Commit Your Code conference. It was cool. All right, so basically, what I could do is I could generate just like a new Angular app and then gut it. Oh, I can't run generate at all? Oh. VConf. Oh, there you go. Yeah. She presents at all sorts of stuff like that. What's up, Control? Oh, wrong thing. We'll just call it Angular lib for now. And then they complain about that. Oh, interesting. That help command was actually passed the wrong thing. Nope. Mm-hmm. So ng new instead of generate. Ah, that's it. All right, so what do we want to name this? Just Angular temp lib. Normally they ask you if you want to do the npm install part, which I find odd. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Oh, I did ls instead of cd. Oops. Oh, we actually created a library boilerplate too. How old is that though? All right, so what we can do is we can remove the package lock and we can copy and paste basically everything else that's in here. All right, public we're not going to need either. So yeah, we got the source code in there. The package is going to change, and it's going to be not that. Not that. Private true is false. We'll say 14, just like the other thing we saw. What version of RxJS did Angular 14 ship with? We could probably check that on their GitHub. It's probably not going to be in here, though. Oh, maybe. Ah, okay. Hmm. Let me get more music on. Try out some albums we haven't heard in a while. Because why not? But yeah, so I guess my next thought is we want to support our XJS starting with 6.67, and same with Angular, right? Starting with 14. But we don't want to limit it to only 14, right? So do we just do greater? Then tslib 2.3. Oh, so that one stays. Actually, that one we should probably leave as a caret. I'm not so sure about compiler version there, right? Like our dev dependencies. Yeah, we'll even need to like maybe see about spinning up an Angular 14 project. How does that even work? And yeah, realistically, we don't need forms. We're not going to need the router. This project actually doesn't need any of the CSS stuff or JS DOM. I guess that's for like testing. Yeah, we're not going to need that. Not going to need that. Okay, so then we'll call that good, and then we want to look at what Sentry has done. No, not that. I must have closed that by accident. So yeah, we go to packages, go to Angular. think I actually want to copy everything they did there. So hold on, it's WebLLM something. Right, and then source. Let me just delete all of that. Let's look at how they're doing it still. So then they go into source, and it's just the source that's in there. So yeah. So then this is basically a barrel file where they're just re-exporting everything. And maybe that's something I want to do from the wrappers as well for like the WebLLM stuff. That might simplify things a bit. Okay, so they do bring in our XJS stuff. Cool. I just wanted to make sure that we were following like a good pattern for this because I noticed that they're not exporting our XJS from ng package like as a allowed non-peer dependency. And actually, yeah, I think we get rid of that. At least for now. Okay. So then they mentioned what else did they change, right? They needed to change Angular JSON, ng packager, and the TS config a bit. So what are they changing about the TS config? We see the NGC one. We don't see an NGC one here. right? And they're not doing an app. So yeah, app doesn't make sense there. So yeah, we just rename this and fill the contents. Oh, interesting. But they're extending an outer one. Okay. So yeah, we modified the TS config a bit. I'm not sure where the NGC is getting used. Let's look at their package JSON. Huh. What the fuck is Yelk? And Volta. Volta's like a monorepo tool, right? Oh, it's a version switcher. Got it. Yeah, I'm not using NX, and I don't plan on it. What the fuck is Madge? How interesting. Never even heard of that. Anyone here ever used it? Million downloads a week? You're always Madge? That's just Sag. But yeah, how's everyone's Friday going? Having a good day so far? I do need to kick the dryer off again, because it takes two like runs of the dryer before stuff's actually dry. So yeah, continuing through this process. Kind of just taking notes from what Sentry did, theoretically, to get their library building. It is crazy to me how much more effort it is to publish like a library in a mono repo like this for Angular versus other frameworks. So definitely a little bit of valid complaint around that stuff. Oh, and here's how they did that. Okay, so we can actually do this part. We can do the less than 21 just in case. Yeah, so we probably want to do all these. And what's up, Cam? How you doing, man? Not sure why, but that Chipotle salsa and chips is slapping so hard. You mean like literally from the restaurant Chipotle? I was gonna say I've never eaten Chipotle, but I think I've had it at like a meetup or two. Like I don't think I ate much because I'm not a big fan of like buffet serve yourself style food. I'll eat it when I have to. Like I like a good buffet when it's like a proper buffet, but not when it's like a bunch of like tech heathens mashing their hands and sneezing into it. Even then, if I'm hungry enough, fuck it. Whatever. No. I'm saying like the only time I have had Chipotle was when it was at like a meetup and the food was set up kind of like buffet style. Yeah, I've never been inside of a Chipotle. I was almost able to say I've never been inside of a Five Guys like chain either, but I ended up hanging out in one like last week or whatever. I didn't have any of the food, but I was hanging out, you know. I got to listen to Tanner Lindsley and Ryan Carniato getting real deep into like server side rendering and stuff. Yeah, we are animals, exactly. But yeah, no, that sounds good. I've got a bunch of like chips and salsa at home. I've got nacho cheese too. If I had thawed, yeah, if I had thawed some bacon, I could do nachos for dinner tonight. Actually, I can do nachos for dinner tomorrow though. So I'll probably do dumplings tonight. Hey, Adam, Mr. Sir. Yeah, nachos sound really good. Yeah, what are you up to? How goes the game? When's release date? When can I buy a bunch of keys and do a giveaway? March. All right. All right. Yeah, keep me in the loop. I'll happily just buy a bunch of like full retail keys and just give them away. Yeah, I want to help you promote it. Things are going well. So, for everyone joining from the raid, we are building this thing called, or building wrappers around a thing called WebLLM. And it's just a way of running LLM stuff in your browser without having to like hit a third party. So you would pick your model, and if you haven't downloaded the model yet, you would like kick it off and it would start downloading. So similarly, right, if we just refresh this and show an example, I can pick, let's say, small LLM, right, because it's tiny and easy, right? It downloads, so it starts to fetch the params, nice and small, and then it's loaded in the browser, and we could do something like, how much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck would chuck wood? Right, and then bam. Now it's not good because we use like the smallest model possible. But yeah, it's kind of nifty. And the idea is I have this app I built called Masijo where I want to listen for keywords, but I've got 2,200 events to go through mentioning the keywords Claude and code. How could I make that haystack smaller using something like WebLLM? Because I don't want to expose a bunch of like LLM functionality to the users because I'm bootstrapping this and I'm not made of money. So if I can prove out the idea of improving the haystack problem with WebLLM, from there, I have a lot more confidence in approaching like VC for investment so I can actually like cover that bill, you know, and then make it a better user experience for people. But it's mainly a way for me to like prove out some of this LLM functionality for myself just without breaking the bank. One thing we did the other day, too, is I built a browser extension that, if you've ever been on NPM. Oh, your cat's going crazy. You should feed her. Thank you so much for the raid. And, if you come back, let's keep chatting because I feel like it's been a while. But if you got stuff to do, no worries. So, yeah, go feed the cat. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. And, yeah, everyone else joining from the raid, we did one really fun thing where we built a browser extension that does this, version usage statistic stuff. And I'll snooze that ad. But basically, right, you can navigate to any NPM package, and you can see what version of that package is downloaded week to week. So Angular 20.x, 22% of the downloads in the past 7 days. If we look at 19, it's 21%. People are still, 10% of users are still downloading 9.x. So if you're thinking about building libraries for an ecosystem, you kind of need to consider what versions you want to look at. Another example might be Vue, right? So we go to Vue and we can see that we should probably still be supporting 2.x because it's 21% of users still. So yeah, we vibe coded that browser extension that adds these stats because if you were to go to this page in your browser, you won't see it. So if you guys need the link for that, just let me know. It was just a fun thing that we hammered out in basically one day. But still pretty useful. So yeah, welcome everyone. Yeah, the thing we're doing is we're building wrappers around WebLLM for other frameworks. We've done Vue, React, and Svelte so far. Now we're starting in on the Angular version of it. And Angular actually requires more effort than any of them. So we're taking notes from Sentry's Angular package for their SDKs and just how they set up the library, and then we'll have to set up a an app as a sandbox to test these things pretty soon too. So a lot of fun. We're just hanging out, sipping on some whiskey, enjoying a Friday. And I hope you guys are enjoying your Friday too. If you're here in the US, you have the day off, right? So it's nice and chill, yeah? But yeah, after we do the Angular, right? We're doing Angular now. We're going to do Solid.js, and then maybe Ember, then maybe Vue 2, and then probably just call it good. Part of the reason we're doing so many of these is fun, because why not? But also, I think it would be kind of fun to make a set of conference talks around WebLLM and how it works. And did you know you could do that? And blah, blah, blah. And I bet I could talk for 10 to 15 minutes about it. But if we have wrappers for these frameworks, we can talk about how building a wrapper for something like this works. If you've ever thought about trying it, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of conferences where the CFPs are closing sometime in December, and I want to make sure I get some CFPs submitted, so I wanted to do enough exploration into this to start making some talk proposals about it. I would love to get a talk accepted to React Miami, because I don't want to pay to go out of my own pocket. And then various other conferences too. Right? JS Nation Amsterdam? Maybe. Yeah, what's everyone up to? How y'all doing? If you're here, then you're probably avoiding like the crazy Black Friday bullshit, which I commend you on. Sounds like a terrible idea to be out and about today. All right, we'll snooze the ad one more time. Am I vibe coding this? No, we're doing this part by hand just because, like, it's not something I expect an LLM to be good at. I did vibe code the browser extension you were seeing, though. Yeah, now you just see the corporate scum part of it. Exactly. Well, plus, like, Cam, when we were younger, people were dying on Black Friday, you know? Like the mad rush for the TVs and stuff. Like, do people even do that anymore? The magic of Black Friday was the suffering. But yeah, William, I don't do a lot of the vibe coding. I'll do it for like little one-off stuff, but for like large projects, I just don't think it has nearly as much value. And like large projects, I need like the mental map. For something small like this, like version usage statistics, yeah, no, I don't need a mental map for that. I know exactly how I would have built it myself, and I just prompted it to do so. But it also had like very little context, so it didn't matter. Yes, exactly, Cam. Dude, some of the stuff made specifically for Black Friday is really bad. But okay, so I think we've got the package built how we need it. We'll find out when we try and actually build it. But what I think I want to do is close a bunch of these. And we probably just want to export this as a service. Right? Like as an Angular service, we could have the methods we need. Right? Like Angular doesn't have the idea of hooks, so it's a different way of thinking that way, right? Like we wouldn't do a use WebLLM. So it'd be like WebLLM service instead, right? And then inside of that service, we would have subjects for the engine and the progress report. We would expose it observables for those. Man, I can't believe it's been like 5 years since I worked on an Angular project. I've forgotten a bunch of those patterns. But I think, yeah, I think this feels right. So let's double check what they're doing in the svelte thing, just be sure. Because I feel like they would be exposing a service of some kind too. But maybe not. Like SDK here is like they expose a function. Sure. Okay, so they do expose what is basically a service, right? And I think we want to do the provided in thing. Hmm. Yeah, they got all these decorators that we're not going to use. But the service makes sense to me. Yeah, let me double check some Angular docs. Yeah, I don't want to do signals because signals are like brand new. Surprised they don't mention services sooner. And what's up, Michael? How you doing? Yeah, anyone here use Angular lately? It's been a long time since I've done it. It's not terribly hard. I just gotta like refamiliarize myself. So yeah, injectable makes sense. I guess services are just a class at this point, right? There used to be a lot more that you had to do with it. Yeah, I mean, I just haven't done any Angular since like 2021. So that's not present. Uh, into AI? Based on that question, no. I do find it useful for certain things, sure. But no, I'm not a fanboy. What up, Scritly? Yeah, it's been a little while. You've chatted since then, though. I think. Yeah, you were just here a month ago. What date do you think I'll put on the Christmas hoodie? Michael, can I write neural nets? I've done regression learning before, right? Using Keras. But no, I'm not an expert. I'm an application developer. But you're right. Yeah. So like you were here just a month ago, but then it was like a year since then. So touche. Good call, Scrutely. Has been a bit. Ooh, yeah, back in like April of 2024, I guess I was playing some Django Django. I'd love to see a Django Django concert. Man, I hope they're still touring. But okay, so yeah, we're building out this service. We do need to do a pnpm install. Damn, Angular. Fetching half the internet, huh? Okay, so we got injectable there. Not sure the constructor matters. Yeah, for sure, Scritly. Yeah, coding should be fun. That's why I push back on all the people like, why aren't you using Claude Code? Because I'm doing the fun part right now. And I want to continue to do the fun part. I'm going to grab another soda. But yeah, anyone got fun plans for the weekend? It is just Friday after all. And yeah, Rondolph, I get you, like Angular makes you twitchy. It's really not that bad. I can understand that there are some like design decisions they've made that aren't ideal, like some of the BS that we have to do around making a library. But I've seen worse. All right. So, yeah, what we want to do. Man, my nose is freaking out. Not a single sneeze yet today, though. So, yeah, like, I feel like I'm, like, really close to healthy. Probably just a cold that I had, but you never know. But I'm not healthy enough. Sorry for the burp. To go out and party with people tonight. Like, I was still, like, sniffly on my walk and, like, slightly congested still. I would say by tomorrow, maybe Sunday, I'd be, like, fully healthy. But, you know, is what it is. Definitely don't want to get people sick. Even though that is in the spirit of the original Thanksgiving, isn't it? You know, going out and spreading disease. If you know, you know. Too soon. Too soon. Give it another couple hundred years, maybe. For sure. I get it. All right, let me get more music going. That's definitely a joke me and like one of my oldest friends have. Happy smallpox blanket day. But we can recognize that it's come to mean more than that in modern society. It's a day to get together with your family, regardless of the original intent. Or the original circumstance, I guess. Maybe not intent. But okay, hold on. So, Scrutely, you had a question. A general question. You are a React dev, but you're frustrated by how much more concise other frameworks, libraries, etc. are, e.g. Svelte. What frustrates you is how massive React is in your job market, yet what's easier is non-React things. My thoughts on that. I don't know. The things that end up having less code, like Svelte, end up having a lot of magic as well, and debugging magic is a pain in the ass. Caleb, you out there? How do you feel about it? If Caleb left, Coding with Caleb works on what is maybe arguably one of the biggest open source Svelte applications in the world, Git Butler. He is intimately familiar with Svelte and having to debug the magic. I'm not saying all magic is bad, but hard to debug magic is bad. right? There's that age-old quote, debugging is twice as hard as writing code in the first place. So if you write code as cleverly as possible, you've written code that you're not capable of debugging. And I think that applies to like framework and library logic as well. So, like Caleb mentioned that he wants to like maybe build a talk around svelte reactivity at scale, right? And where I think he's going with that is like svelte is really good at smaller problems. I'd be curious how that ends up working when you start dealing with applications that have hundreds of routes, you know? And I don't have the experience with that, so I don't know for sure. But it's a bit of like I would say it's similar almost to like Angular and React and their relationship. In Angular, there is possibly more boilerplate for some stuff. But every Angular project tends to look mostly the same. So a dev can jump into an Angular project and be like immediately productive. Most React projects are their own special snowflake. So when you onboard onto a React application, you still have to figure out the design decisions around that React application. What's their state management library, etc. Like, how are they dealing with global context and blah, blah, blah. And like, how far do you need to trace like context, like trees? And because context can be anywhere within your app, yeah, you have to basically just like one by one go up the tree. And that can be really annoying. I personally don't use context in any of the apps I build. Like I've never purposefully built my own context in a React application. I'd rather use something external like Yotai. And then just have each component listen for the stuff it needs to, or just pass that stuff down the component tree. Which does give you the same problem as context. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just there's almost too many ways to build something because React is not nearly as opinionated. And that lack of opinion means that there's a lot more to learn when you join a brand new, like when you join a project that's brand new to you. Whereas, at least before Signals, Angular, you knew where to look for basically everything. Yes, Yotai is massively different, and it's spelled with a J. So Yotai is all about atomic state. By the same people, Poimanders, right? There's also the idea of Zustand, which is a similar Redux-like implementation, but maybe a little simpler. So your state management library really does determine so much about like the structure of your application. And then Brooks, you're saying context really is pretty unnecessary. Also like RxJS. I disagree on the RxJS front. Right? There is some magic and like cool things that you can do with RxJS. The problem is that the surface area of RxJS is too big. And that becomes annoying. But implementing a replay or behavior subject is actually pretty straightforward versus like rolling your own, you know? And I think we've all worked on applications where we had to basically re-roll or like roll our own replay subject of like the last 5 things in a, you know, in like an action queue or things like that, right? When you want to do like undo functionality, things like that. Right? Like some of those subject patterns are really, really useful. Ooh, King. Yeah, that's not good, man. Yeah, King, you should probably get that looked at. Like, yeah, do not take shoulder pain lightly. But yeah, Brooks, I would say RxJS I like as a better pattern than Signals in Angular applications. But I think there's a lot to debate there. I think RxJS has the same problem as Effect. Whereas once you start using Effect, it kind of takes over the whole application. Same thing with RxJS and like their observables. No, I'm not talking about use effect. I'm talking about effect. Right? So there's a lot of stuff that they're doing to make sure they're handling the effects of doing a fetch request here because they're using effect.effect. There's like just a bunch of other stuff they can do for like piping and handling error responses. So it does shorten the amount of code, but the moment you're dealing with this effect as a return, it means everything that you're dealing with has to handle using this effect primitive, right? So yeah, the more you use effect, the more you have to keep using effect. It does seem really cool, and Dylan Mulroy makes it seem very attractive. But I don't know. It's just such a large standard library that you're no longer really learning TypeScript or JavaScript, you're learning effect. And that's the same argument people have for RxJS too. So it is interesting to see people that would have complained about RxJS in the past fully embracing effect. You know? Like it's a little weird. I'm drinking Four Roses right now. This is my favorite bourbon. There's other really good ones too, but yeah, this is my favorite. Like it's super cheap, but it's like, dude, I could sip on this at a bar just neat, you know? Might need to blow my nose. It's getting super itchy in there. Surprised we haven't seen a Dylan Mulroy quote in here yet. Maybe he was one of the first ones. Nope. That's crazy because he's like their biggest cheerleader from what I've seen. Hold on. Had a really good had a good tweet. Hold on, let's see if we can find it. I probably tweet too much. It's a while back. Oh, come on. What the hell? How is it back that far? Oh, here it is. Yeah. Just Dylan Mulroy sliding into your feed to tell you about Effect TS. This is one of my favorite gifs. I got it saved locally because the post it was on Reddit's like taken down. So yeah, I'm gonna be using this a lot more. It's just so good. It's just so good. What was that notification though? All right, so yeah, let's keep going. And yeah, feel free. Like, questions are welcome. Like, dude, chatting's like the best part of streaming. So let's keep chatting. And let's think about what we want to do here. So we're going to have a private engine. Did I forget what kind of subject I need already? Oh, it just didn't autocomplete. Okay. So I don't necessarily want to do that. Yeah, no worries, Scrutely. And was that you that just like followed me on Twitter? And if you don't want to dox yourself at all, that's fine. Don't have to answer. It was cool, cool. Hell yeah, man. Yep. Enjoy your sleep. Yeah. Have a good night. Later. Yeah, it's probably like midnight where you're at, huh? So yeah, get some sleep. I do need to blow my nose. So, I don't necessarily. I don't want to do a next on this because I want to load the existing value if we have one. I feel like a subscribe is not what I'm looking for. right? So you could choose to listen to the promise that comes out of this load model. Or you could listen to the subject. And really, that's up to the consumer. Okay, so Brooks, you jumped in a few hours in, and this is your first time watching my stream. What is it we're building exactly? And you're over on YouTube, so it's a little tougher, but we're building a thing called, we're building wrappers around a thing called WebLLM. And WebLLM is just a way to run various models of LLMs in your browser without having to hit a third-party service, right? Like you still got to download the models from somewhere, like Hugging Face, but you can run LLMs right there in your browser using your GPU. We're building wrappers around that for various frameworks. All right, so the load model function, our init function, chat options we're not using anywhere else yet, but I think that's okay. So I think this does most of what these others do. Yeah, so this needs to implement on destroy. And then I think we have almost full feature parity. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're there. Now we need to start building the application that's going to consume it so we can actually test it and make sure it works. Uh, 3D Factor. Oh, really? Google now releasing clips from WebAI Summit on exactly this kind of application. What can I say? I'm a prophet. No. No, the writing was on the wall. But yeah, like building applications like this, just using like local LLMs, that's a thing that Rachel Lee Neighbors has been talking about a bunch. Like her, I guess it was like the closing talk at Cascadia this year was basically the same idea. Um, mm, Death of the browser. Actually, no, her talk wasn't necessarily that. But there were other talks that were similar. So yeah, like this person's client-side agents with web AI. Wow, their editing was nice. I like this. So yeah, I'll basically be giving similar talks about the same damn thing. But that's cool, Noah. Through Media Pipe Web and using Light RT. So yeah, this guy's from Google, so yeah, that kind of makes sense. But yeah, Yeah, the whole like just AI at the edge, basically. And when we talk about the edge, we mean like your device. That is like the most edge that you can get. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's powerful. I think it's a cool idea. Ooh, there you go, 3D factor. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, that seems like a fun takeaway. Bumping that edge into the brain itself? No thanks. There's not a single company I trust enough to do that. Yeah, especially that one. Dude, I wouldn't even trust that asshole to tie my shoes. Like, hell no. Hell no. I have a bunch of open source projects. Your LLM machine arrived today, still waiting on additional parts. We'll have to leave tinkering closer to Christmas season because, you know, if you start now, all your other projects will go kaput. Yep, that sounds about right. Oh, man. I think nose hairs are why my nose is itching so much. With OpenAI, you could just download it on your PC and run it. Can you still do that? You have to check. There's like one model you can use, but yeah, OpenAI is really not at the forefront of that stuff. And Brooks, I mean, I'll pass you the link and you can test it. So yeah, Brooks, what I would recommend is choosing a smaller model so you're not downloading a whole bunch of junk. Of those models, small LM might be the smallest one. Now, the smaller, the worse they kind of are. But maybe check out small LM. Right? Like it's cheap and easy for you to test. Check it out, see how it works. You do need a GPU, basically. But I don't think you need anything nearly as strong as like a Mac Studio. But I'm doing this on a Mac Mini that's pretty beefy. So I don't know. My Mini was like 2K. I got it last December. So yeah, Brooks over on YouTube. Give that a shot. Did it work? All right, so we are going to use Tailwind for this. We're not going to do server-side rendering. Not going to do any of that. I don't tend to recommend books. You can do all your learning through online resources. The moment a book is published, it's already out of date. As far as technical things go, there's very few timeless technical books. They do exist, but yeah, I don't know. Sure, Noah, but I would just say like a lot of that stuff's online anyway. Practice your skills for being able to find stuff online. Seems to be working fine on a 2022 MacBook Air with Llama. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it doesn't take that long. It's actually pretty reasonable. Yeah, Brooks, I will say, like, depending on the model you pick, the output you're going to get is going to suck. My favorite LLM, like, test question is, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? And, oh man, you weren't here the other day, but we had 2,000 words of insanity. This was DeepSeek. So yeah, the model you pick really, really matters. Chuck, 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 chuck. Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck, Chuck? Haha, that Chuck Lumber, Chuck. So, Chuck Lumber, Chuck, Chuck. All right, Chuck, 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 Chuck. Wait, names, Chuck. Overall, Chuck, Chuck. Chuck, 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 learn. All right, Chuck. Like, dude, it's so weird. And all I asked it was, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? So yeah, I'll probably not use DeepSeek for anything ever again. Meanwhile, small LLM, or small LM, ooh, it's a senior engineer. You ask it a question, it just asks you another question, right? How much wood do you think they'd like to check? To chuck? Ooh, damn. That's a senior engineer response right there. It could have just said, it depends, and boom, good to go. So Brooks is recommending TDD by Kent Beck. I would say, like, yeah, the Gang of Four book is probably a little timeless, but the problem with the Gang of Four is when people read it, they start shoehorning patterns into things that don't need it. So yeah, if you haven't read the, hold on, Gang of Four, programming, design patterns, elements of reusable, object-oriented, whatever, right? So yeah, this book. Definitely worth reading, but don't treat it like a Bible, you know? I would say even like clean code is worth like scanning. I think Uncle Bob fucking sucks. He's kind of an asshole. He has some good points, but if you take what he says as dogma, you're going to write some really shit code. Right? Like when it comes to like size of functions and stuff like that. So yeah, design patterns, elements of, it's the Gang of Four book. That's just the name that, you know, there's four people that wrote it. They're called the Gang of Four. And then there's like Uncle Bob's like clean code book. And while worth reading and understanding, do not treat it like a Bible. You will write some really shit code if you do so. And he's such an asshole. He drinks from a coffee mug that says liberal tears. Why you gotta be an asshole like that, you know? It's just weird. Regardless of how you feel politically, like, that's just gross, you know? Someone who makes that type of ideology their fucking personality, gross. Maybe 3D factor, but that's also egregious, in my opinion. I just think he's always been that immature. And if you've heard a lot of the stories about him, it's kind of true. At least as far as the stories say, right? Yeah, like a lot of his takes are really fucking cringy, dude. Yeah. That said, there are some nuggets of wisdom in the clean code book. Just, you gotta be careful. That's all. Apparently, the Linux kernel is the holy grail, according to ChatGPT. It's just trained on stuff other people have said. Right? ChatGPT doesn't think, it's not a person. It's just regurgitating what it's read on the internet. It doesn't have any critical thinking of its own. It's a glorified Markov chain. Once you recognize that, you're good to go. All LLMs are glorified Markov chains. Yep. Yeah. Hold on. Shit. There's like a modern reference to it. The ability to speak does not make you intelligent. But that's the fucking reference to Jar Jar Binks, you know? Like, holy shit. Yeah, LLMs are basically Jar Jar Binks at this point. Misa say you absolutely right. Yeah, right? Like, dude. With thunderous applause as well. I do really like the theories that Jar Jar is actually a Sith master. I really like those conspiracy theories. Yeah, Brooks. Brooks made a comment on YouTube saying people think there are demons or spirits in it. Pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I think there are people that think AI actually thinks, and it doesn't. Even like the reasoning models, they're not thinking. It's just a loop passing its thoughts back to itself. And if you've ever seen the idea of LLM collapse, that's a bad idea once the loop gets to so many iterations, right? I need to blow my nose so bad. Are large language models based on neural networks? I'm less aware of like the exact mechanisms, but I would say yes. But neural network is also kind of like a fuzzy term, right? Like it's really broad. But yes, I played Knights of the Old Republic. Absolutely. I'd love a new game in that series. Yeah. I guess the training is neural network based, sure. But then once it's trained, it's just a lookup table, right? I think that's the case too, right? Like vector databases are all about just like finding a number and then plugging that number into like some what you can imagine as like a 3D space, you know? None of them can, Noah. That's the whole point. Super Grok? I don't trust anything Elon touches. I don't know, man. Who cares? Use it or don't. I don't care. So, Brooks, would it be possible to curate or make a model for WebLLM to use? Something dead simple that, what does that process look like? I don't know, Brooks, but I would like to maybe train that on my own eventually. And theoretically, you could use NanoChat to do so. Right? So you could train your own like LLM, right? Like micro LLM. Now, how do you plug that into WebLLM? That part I haven't gotten to yet. But that would eventually be my goal. Very small, focused LLMs that help me do sentiment analysis or whatever, right? That would be kind of cool. Well, I mean, so 3D Factor, this is one that you could train for basically like $100. I don't know what it would take on my Mac Mini, but it would probably take a week maybe, and we'd be good to go. Boom, done. So 33 hours on 8 H100s for about $800. Sure. I bet we could train one with my Mac Mini. So I don't need to take one that knows how to speak. I just need one that needs to understand a prompt and give me some kind of like value I can use to evaluate things. So I think I could really train like much smaller models. Theoretically, like, have you tried 3D Factor? All right, let's look at this speedrun script. Let's see where it's getting some of this data. Yeah, there you go, 3D Factor. Yep. So here's the biggest thing, though, right? Like, you may want to spin up your LLM machine now because it's going to take time to train shit anyway, right? So you can kick stuff off for training and then you're off doing your own thing, waiting for it, It may not be worth it to wait. Like, I know you need some more stuff still, so yeah, you got to wait for those. But if you're really like getting into it for the art of like training, dude, training takes time. Like, just kick it off. I don't know how long it takes. That's my point, right? Depending on the device you're training on and all that stuff. No, and I get that 3D Factor. I totally get it. Just saying. Like really just breaking down what this is doing. There's like the NanoChat dataset. Like where is that dataset coming from? So looks like download the first whatever of something, right? It's about 800 megs of data on disk. So they do have like a data set that they want, like that they want to train you on. Sure. So then it's about fine tuning your data set, and that's going to be the tricky part. Yep. But yeah, I don't know. And there might be other ways of doing this. This is just like the first thing that I'm aware of for training your own micro LLM. And it's from Andre Karpathy, the guy who came up with the term vibe coding. Right? So it will outperform GPT-2 from 2019, but it'll fall massively short of GPT-5, which I think I understand. You don't remember him succeeding? Oh, see, I didn't get to see any of that. I'd be really curious about his journey on that. Did that make it into a video that I could pass through an LLM to summarize? Wink. Gathering enough data to be considered a good data set? Sure. And he wanted to do it ethically? Yeah. Yeah, that gets tough. But yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. I think it's really cool. Let's keep going down this long, lonely road of building this Angular application now. Brooks, you're really into image gen. Nano Banana Pro is really slick if I haven't tried it. You asked about Googleplexes. Would be sick to be able to train an image generator with your own art. Yeah, so you don't need to train the image generator with your own art. Right? Like you could fine tune it, but that's a big difference. But even then, like image generators do like the image to image thing. Using actual diffusion in LLMs? What does that mean? All right, real quick, hold on. I gotta blow my nose. It's super itchy. All right, yeah, that's way better. Woo! Yeah, really need to blow my nose. Boy. Burp. Brooks, you're gonna take a break and head to the store? Yeah, no worries. Yep, you'll definitely be back. Hell yeah. All right. So yeah, we're building this Angular app. We just set up the sandbox app. Let's try and install again. Okay. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, Brooks. Yeah. All right, so we were able to install there. in our dependencies here. And hold on, Noah. You have to order coffee. You love the dollar store coffee. It just hits different. Sure, I don't even drink coffee. And hey, what's up, X Factor? I missed that. Just lurking while doing other stuff. That's fine. Yeah, we're chilling. We're enjoying a Friday, man. Learning Kotlin was a good choice. Yeah, Kotlin's fine. So yeah, 2 days ago. So yeah, we're building this Vue app yesterday. So yeah, we're building this Vue app, and now Angular. We have not had any Y Angular and not X yet. No. Yeah, yesterday was the Svelte. Today is the Angular. And it's going quicker and quicker, like I realized at first, right? The first one took us a while. The React version, the Vue one took us a little longer because we got sidetracked by the version statistics thing. Then the Svelte one didn't take us that long. And now the Angular one, I think we're going to finish the Angular one before we even like wrap for the day, which is cool. So then tomorrow, Solid, Ember. And then I think after those, we just do a publish. Further the frameworks go, the more they become alike. It's really like the order in which we do them. Angular is the most dissimilar from the others. All of the ones that are like observable based, not observable, but like signals based, end up being the same. So the Vue versus the Svelte, a lot was very similar with those. It's just like the semantics of like reactivity and the difference between like runes and stores versus views like refs and all that. I feel like with the Solid, it'll be the exact same as the Vue version. Ember, I haven't written Ember in over 10 years. I guess, no, I made an Ember app when I first started streaming, so 7 years. So yeah, Ember might take me a while. Ooh, has anyone played that game Dispatch Ad Hoc? I know I started Mass Effect again yesterday. And that Dispatch Ad Hoc game looks really good. Yeah, I'm thinking I could do it tonight. Yeah, it looks really good. I've never played any of the Senwa like Hellblade games. I haven't played any of those. I've heard they're really good too. I don't know why I got it going, but shit, man. Oh, this post really fucking good. I'll paste it for everyone. I shouldn't even be looking at this stuff over on the side. It's fucking hilarious though. Like, oh my god. It's so accurate. If you're not showering after the bar, what are you doing? Ramen. Like, dude, it's so accurate. It's too real. It's too real. It's too real. Ramen. Like, yeah, dude, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh, it's so good. Ramen. Like, dude. How dudes approach going out to the bar versus the ladies. Which is actually not that accurate. Have you ever seen the Hold My Cosmo? Like, subreddit? Nah, man. Ladies party just as hard as we do. But yeah. Trying to think what my best, like, after bar meal's been. Like, you come home and you don't feel like cooking, so you just do some stuff. I don't know. I think mainly it's just like buttered toast. Or you just mash the entire bag of potato chips you got left over or something. Yeah. Honey garlic chicken wings. Honey garlic chicken wings is not a bad move. I'm not. Maybe I didn't have them at the right place. I'm not that sold on like the lemon pepper wings. Like when I've been to Atlanta. One place I had them was really just not good. And then another place I was too late. Like the Magic City wings thing, like shut down before I could get any. And I haven't been back to Magic City since. It's just not my vibe when it comes to one of those kind of clubs. Yeah, I think it depends. No, it's all about calories. Right? There's a professor years ago who did the Twinkie diet. He ate nothing but like Twinkies and garbage food, but he understood how to count calories and he lost weight. Now, I assume he was like supplementing with vitamins and shit just to like not die. But yeah, dude, like you can go on a Twinkie diet. And as long as you're burning more calories than you're taking in, you will lose weight. That's just science. All right, let me grab another soda. And yeah, why am I not losing weight? Because I'm drinking these fucking sodas, man. Because they're just so delicious. This is my last one, though. Dude. Last soda until Christmas. Not the absolute last. Like, I'll probably go out and have some when I'm out and about. But I don't have much, like, out and about planned for the next month. Like, Seattle JS. There's, like, a Christmas, like, friends Christmas party thing. There's, like, 2 things I'll be leaving the house for during the month of December, besides snowboarding. Hold on. Let's finish off this bit of soda. I think this album's about to end, though, so we'll get another album going. Boy. But yeah, how's everyone's Friday going? Even if you're not here in the US, Friday is a good day, right? Now, if you are here in the US, this is an exceptional Friday, because hopefully you didn't have to work, right? Ooh, let's listen to some Mitch Murder. When I went to JS Nation and React Summit, during the React Summit day, I got to interview people. One of the people I interviewed for like the thing was Ken Wheeler. And we got to talking about like synthwave, and he's like, "Oh, I've been listening to a bunch of like Mitch Murder lately." I was like, "Yes, his selection albums and blah blah blah." Like, dude, super cool, fun chat. I'm wondering when those videos come out. I think it's gonna be these, like these style conferences. Or not conferences, sorry, like interviews. Yeah, it's definitely these style, right? So these were the ones that I think were done at like JS Nation and React Summit in Amsterdam. But yeah, I got to do similar interviews with Sean Day Patterson, Ken Wheeler, Daniel Rowe, and Nicholas Gallagher from Meta. And it was super fucking fun. So yeah, I think it'll be in like this category here. So we're thinking probably in a few weeks, we'll start seeing those videos come out, which will be awesome. Yeah, they put on cool events. I'm hoping, like, I didn't see any of the photos come back. Like, I saw the photos come back for React Summit, but I didn't see any of the JS Nation photos come back. And I'm really hoping I can get like a good new like headshot for like social media and shit from those. Because I like co-MC'd JS Nation. I reached out to one of the organizers. I'll reach out to another one of these days. Might even try it tomorrow. Who knows? God, I'm so bummed. Yeah, I would have ended stream by now because there was an event I wanted to go to tonight, but I'm still a little phlegmy. I don't think I'm like 100%. Like, you should basically be like no symptom free for 24 hours before you go out and like do some like social stuff with other people. And yeah, I haven't sneezed yet, but I do still got a little bit going in the sinuses. I think by tomorrow I'll be totally good. By Sunday, absolutely totally good. Which is good because I got to record a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I don't think you jinxed it. I just think I wasn't fully healthy. And I was misleading myself being optimistic about it. I don't think you jinxed anything. I do think like the average cold takes like a week to like get and then get over. So yeah, I don't know. I was being hopeful. Like, I didn't go to that concert on Wednesday. You had to buy vitamin C because you had a deficiency? I mean, I've got 2 different types of vitamin C. Yeah, like, I'm big on vitamin C because vitamin C, you can't overdose on vitamin C. Or at least, like, the amount of vitamin C you'd have to take to overdose is insane, right? Now, this vitamin C, you don't want to like overdo because it's got the vitamin D and zinc. And both vitamin D and zinc are things that you can overdo pretty easily, right? Like zinc is a mineral, and most minerals will build up in a way that you don't want to overdo it. And then vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin, and fat-soluble vitamins will build up in your body as well, right? But as far as like vitamin C without any of those like fat soluble vitamins, you could take as much vitamin C as you want and you'll just piss out what you don't get, right? Right, so water soluble vitamins versus fat soluble vitamins. And then minerals are typically the fat soluble kind. Like, technically, I don't think minerals actually are soluble in that same way. It's like a different thing. Like, minerals, you form a mixture, not usually a solution. But even then, it's something that you can overdo. I guess maybe that's not true. Like salt's a mineral, right? And salt can definitely form a solution. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I don't know enough about that. I'm not a chemist. And that probably like bums out my ancestors. I don't know. My grandparents were both chemists, I believe. My uncle, I think, is also a chemist. But my knowledge of chemistry is better than most, but somewhat lacking. Like, it still blows my mind. There have been a few times where it just felt like, oh, wow, I really don't belong when I was back in, like, the snowboard world. We were sitting there watching, I forget the name of the show, but it was a show where it's like they ask you trivia as they're, like, repoing your car. And if you can answer the trivia correctly, you get to keep your car for probably a month. It's really, like, a really exploitative show. But I'm sitting there watching it with a bunch of like the OG snowboarder like pros from Stevens Pass. And there was a bit where they're asking this lady, like, you know, like on the show, what's the closest star to the planet Earth? And I just start laughing because I know she's struggling if she didn't answer it immediately. And one of these like old head snowboarder dudes who like massive, like I looked up to him as a snowboarder, like he's amazing, right? Kurt Jensen, super smart, like super good snowboarder dude. But he looks at me as I start laughing. He's like, what, do you know the answer? It's like, dude, it's the fucking sun. It's the fucking sun. At which he felt stupid, but then I was like, but if I had to like really guess, it's either Alpha or Proxima Centauri. I forget which one exactly. At which point, like, dude, yeah, the thing you were actually asking me if I knew, I was still like, it's like a 50-50. I forget which one. I think it's Proxima, but it could be Alpha. I don't remember. But even then, like, I'm closer than you were when you were questioning me, you jerk. Like, that's where it really hits. Like, dude, someone can be really fucking good at snowboarding and still kind of an idiot. And it was a little disillusioning. Like, he was, like, apoplectic. Like, you know, he was, like, indignant over my laughing at this person on the TV show. Right? Like, dude. Like, dude. Yeah, it was just funny. It sounds right, hence the name, but I gotta double check. Proxima is closer than Alpha. Okay. Right, and it makes sense from the name, but, you know, like, the Proxima doesn't necessarily mean closest to us. It could have meant closest to something else, you know? So it's like, it's rough to assume those things. But, yeah. But I was even thinking about this on my walk today. Like, man, I still remember those dudes from the snowboard world. Idiots. Like, dude. And it's not like they're idiots. It's like, this is some book knowledge that they don't need in their life, right? But for just him to be so indignant about it is like, you're questioning whether I know. Well, I mean, do you? If I told you the answer that I think it is right now, have you even heard of it? Like, I don't know. But yeah, Proxima Centauri, that's the closest star to us. Besides the sun. It's just, like, it was a phrasing thing more than anything, which I can understand, like, someone having a blind spot for. No, I have not created a nano chat yet. I want to eventually. But yeah, like, the biggest thing is we all have blind spots. It doesn't matter if you don't know something. It only matters if you're unwilling to learn. And I think that's the most important thing. And that's what I'm kind of pointing out in the snowboard world. There are plenty of people in the snowboard world that are unwilling to learn. And that is way more ignorant than just not knowing some random fact. Right? Do you think after that humbling moment he went back and learned about our solar system and the universe more? No. He didn't do that. Like one of my oldest friends. Oh man, yeah, someone got so sick it wasn't even the flu, it was influenza. Huh? Like, wait. What? Do you think those two things are different? You know, like, hold on. Stop the record. Huh? Like, you know, we all have blind spots. It's not a big deal. Oh, it wasn't even the flu, it was influenza. Huh. Someone I've genuinely looked up to as smart and capable and all that. Just, you know, we all got blind spots. Huh. Yeah, sounds kind of like the flu. Could you describe the symptoms and the difference between the two? Like, I don't know. It's just one of those moments, you know? It happens. It's not like I lorded it over him in the moment, even, right? Like, she said it, and I might have made a face, but I didn't say anything, you know? It's just something I remember. That's all. Hmm. Hmm. But we all have blind spots. There's plenty of stuff I am legitimately stupid about. Not just ignorant, like legitimately stupid. And it might be AI. It's definitely machine learning. Sure, I've done some regression training bullshit, right? Like reinforcement learning. That's what I meant. I've done some reinforcement learning, blah, blah, blah. I was just scripting Keras, you know? Yeah, you can't know everything. I think that's important. But you still got to appreciate the fun moments in life. Ooh, yeah, sorry. I don't have I don't have streamer mode turned on right now. But yeah, what is that robotic head was sending? That's weird. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's start building out this app. So what we need to do is one of the dependencies is WebLLM. Interesting, it's not auto-completing the wrappers part. There we go. Oh, this song's good. Right? Stick your head out that window and yell, I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore. It's what I want to do when the kids are outside yelling too much. Never get an apartment that's right on the courtyard. It's a bad idea. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Note to self, lesson learned, just not worth it. All right, within this main, that's where we want to get the boilerplate going for this thing. Yeah, we're not even routing, so that doesn't matter there. Ooh, and yeah, Tommy, how'd you like the Mass Effect yesterday? That was fun. Yeah, the graphics are so much better than the original. Like, it's crazy. I think the menus still kind of suck, but you know. But yeah, that was fun. Like, thank you for hanging out during that. What game am I playing tonight? I was considering doing more of the Mass Effect. I was also heavily considering more of the Outer Worlds too. Yeah, X Factor. Yeah, Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Yep. I was also heavily considering Dispatch. Yeah, Dispatch Ad Hoc sounds really good too. So I think on Gaming Stream, when we get there, I'm going to need your help in helping me figure out what to play. Either more Mass Effect, or I could finish Outer Worlds too, or we could start Dispatch. So good, so time consuming. Exactly, X Factor. Yeah. Like, I got too many games I need to play. I don't know why I started Mass Effect again. Like, I need to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 so I can get into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, technically. Like, I started it, but I'll start from scratch again just cuz. All right, gotta finish Outer Worlds 2. No, we'll figure that out over on Gaming Stream. We're like, where everyone's chilling, you know? Full send a game for like a week or two. No, I get it. Yeah. Some of them are really time consuming, though. You know, that's the tough part. still want to say my favorite game of the past, I want to say like few years even, is still Dave the Diver. It's just so good. And it looks like it's on sale. Like, yeah, if you haven't played Dave the Diver, you're kind of fucking up. Right? It's only $10 right now, dude. It's so fucking good. It's still, I think, my favorite game in recent memory for sure. Like, there's just like a vibe to it. Like, this bullshit you're seeing, sure, but like, no. Oh, I don't even remember that part. Yeah, there's some shit I'm seeing that I don't even remember. But like, dude, the vibe of just like going out and catching the fish. Dude, I guess there's some stuff I missed. Or I just forgot. But man, like, yeah, the hunting of the fish is just so fucking fun. Like the soundtrack, like, I don't know, it's hard to describe. But for $10, like, dude, just get it. What do I think about Banished? Banished. I don't know Banished. Oh, like city building. I like a good city builder. I think they can be hit or miss. Banished looks good. Like honestly, I should probably add it to my wish list. To me, Banished seems like it's solving the same problem as like Medieval whatever, right? Like that game. Like there's a bunch. Banished looks good. I like the idea. Hades 2 is your next purchase. There you go. I still haven't finished Hades 1. I want to finish Hades 1 before I even give Hades 2 a try. But I like that. Like the roguelike is good because they don't like make you feel bad for failing. It's actually part of the game. Like you have to fail, you know? I think that's actually really smart. It's like making the roguelike and the game loop actually like failure is part of the journey is really cool. But no, Banished looks good. I didn't realize how old it was. Yeah, I could definitely check it out. There's another one that just released. Yeah, Brainless, who's really into those. Like, there's Mind Over Magic, which is one that Brainless recommended. Also a really good, like, you know, it's like a tower builder instead of a city builder, but very similar. Quite fun. But then there was the one that just released that's like Mice, Cats, City Builder, right? Whiskerwood. Whiskerwood looks really fucking fun too. So similar to what you're looking at with Banished, but it's like a newer game, and I think it's still early access. But Whiskerwood looks super fun too. Yeah, I like these kind of games. They can be a bit of a time sink. But, you know. You got to be okay with the time sink and you're good to go. Whiskerwood looks like Timberborn? I don't even know that one. Okay. Rain World? I don't know Rain World. I know Risk of Rain. But yeah, I haven't done RimWorld yet. I do plan on doing RimWorld. I don't know about Factorio. Timberborn is a woodchuck simulator if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Touche. All right. I get it now. Now we know. Oh, we know now. It's an actual game, though? Okay. Wow. So this is something that blows my mind. MongoDB is hiring a senior developer advocate based in Ireland. Like, there's such a big company, you can hire a developer advocate, a senior developer advocate, for a niche market like Ireland. That's insane to me. That's so cool. Could you imagine being a company that big where you could hire developer advocates for like really minor markets? That's fucking cool, dude. And Vibi, those are like literally the same games I was just talking about, right? Whiskerwood, it's like a RimWorld game. Yeah, for sure, man. Mind over Magic, it's kind of like a RimWorld. If you're into those like time management sim kind of games, I think you'll like all those that we just mentioned. But yeah, you haven't beat Cyberpunk yet, Noah? Yeah, no, I get it. I never finished Cyberpunk either. I think that's a problem that some like open world games have. You just don't necessarily care enough to finish. Shadowrun on SNES, that's my favorite game of all time. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I fucking love that game. Damn. All right. You're the first person I've ever even seen mention it outside of me shouting it out. Like, dude, that's cool. Yeah, Shadowrun on the SNES is such a vibe. I have beaten it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have beaten that game. And it's super fucking fun. Yeah. The Sega one is like so different, right? It's a completely different story, completely different mechanics, but still worth checking out if you do like the ROM thing. Yeah, Grim Fandango's all right. I feel like that one was better back in the day. Even the remaster doesn't really hold up as much as it should. I would say the Monkey Island games do hold up. And if you do like the Monkey Island games, you should definitely check out Thimbleweed Park. So yeah, if you enjoy those kind of like puzzle based games, oh, you think you have it? All right, just double checking. Like, this is a great spiritual successor to the Monkey Island series. It's really good. All right, let's keep building this out. Yeah, yeah. So we got our template. We need to wire this up and do some BS with it. And yeah, Brooks, you're back. Yeah, Woodchuck Simulator. Exactly. What'd you get from the store, Brooks? No, the detour's fine. If I didn't want to deal with the detour, I wouldn't have done it. Yeah, don't apologize. I can just ignore people. That's the power of the streamer. But here's our today command. We're working on Angular stuff at the moment. You bought some Four Roses. Hey, there you go. There you go. Yeah. All right. So you just went to the store for some whiskey? Shit. Hell yeah, Brooks. Oh. Oh. Damn, it just deleted every message you've done. Oh no. What did you do? They sell at the grocery store. What did you do that got all of your messages to get deleted? Dude, Nightbot doesn't fuck around. That was crazy. Oh, the emotes were considered spam. Got it. Okay, I see. I get it. You needed 4. You could do 4x and then the rows, right? Math, you know? All right, so yeah, Vibi and everyone chilling. We are currently trying to build out the sandbox application to prove out the wrapper around WebLLM and make sure that it works within the context of one of these apps. And man, I haven't written a single thing in the Angular ecosystem for like 4 years now. Shit. And that's crazy because I spent easily like 8 years of my career like leading like Angular teams, you know? Like co-organizer of the Seattle JS meetup. Right? Not Seattle JS, Seattle Angular meetup. But yeah, exactly, right? Like we go with it. We just do what we got to do as we need it. And it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like I used to be so involved in the Angular ecosystem and I just haven't touched it for a while. Just because I don't want to rebuild libraries from scratch, and the ecosystem in Angular for like component libraries fucking sucked last time I looked. You were basically stuck with like Angular material, and that was about it. Or a Prime NG, that was a good option, right? Like Prime Faces in general is kind of a solid option no matter where you are. But yeah, I remember leading some projects where we picked like semantic UI, and that was a huge fucking mistake. Dude, that was such a fucking nightmare. Yeah, yeah, so brutal. All right, so I do need to use the restroom. I am going to pour some more whiskey. I've only got that much Coca-Cola left, so I shouldn't be pouring that strong of one with the small amount of Coca-Cola that I got to mix with. But that's fine. So I'm going to go pee. BRB. Broke that seal. It happens. All right, so anyone play Rust PvE? I mean, programming in Rust is basically a PvE experience anyway. Boom, roasted. Now I know what you meant. Yeah. No, Thimbleweed Park is an awesome fucking game. I think you're gonna really like it there, Noah, for sure. You got Dave the Diver because it's 10 off. Yep. Yeah, I love the good like pixel art like indie games. Dave the Diver is less indie because it's actually a studio within like one of the big studios from that area. I forget which company. Maybe even ByteDance. Like I don't remember. But Thimbleweed Park is like truly indie, and I think it's fun. I think you'll like it. You like diving? No pun intended. Yeah. There's another game that you might like too. Maybe just put it on the wish list. It's nice day for fishing. See, I'd say throw nice day for fishing into your like, just for later, right? Once it goes on sale, and probably get the DLC. I'm gonna have to figure out what the DLC even does, but I'll probably buy the DLC at some point. But yeah, 3D Factor. Yeah, no, this song is called Ghost House Stop Drop and Roll. It's definitely inspired by Ghostbusters, I bet. Let's get something else going in the meantime though. Have we even listened to Synthwave Belongs in a Museum yet today? I don't think we did. Book recommendations. These are not books. It's like the opposite of a book. Though I guess there is a significant amount of reading in some of these games. You might be onto something. Oh, you're talking about like an hour ago. Got it. I think it was more than an hour ago, but time's an illusion. Oh, yes. I beat Thimbleweed Park multiple times. Yep. It's really good. That was very well placed near the mic. Yeah, touche. There is it's like $1 for Thimbleweed Park where like you can get the proper swear words out of one of the characters instead of the bleeps. I almost think the bleeps are worth it. The bleeps are actually more fun because it leaves like your mind to wander a bit, which is kind of fun. God, I'm out of soda. I want more soda, but I don't need more soda. That's the big thing. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair bit of clicking, but I don't know. I think you'll like it. Could I count my tabs? We used to have a bot for that. Honestly, we could probably vibe code that bot again. That's not a bad idea. If I were to remake that bot, it wouldn't be channel points that you use to like shuffle my tabs and stuff. It would cost bits. Or like crazy amounts of channel points. Anyone remember back when we had what we called tab antics? You could spend bits and pop every tab out to its own window, so it was like winning at solitaire back in the day, where you just see that cascading BS. It was pretty good, actually. Right? You could spend channel points to like close a random tab. You'd spend channel points to shuffle my tabs. I think if I was going to do it again, I'd make it bits. And then, you know, maybe channel points still, but like crazy amounts of channel points. I mean, it could happen. If they're paying me for it, I'm down. I mean, we could easily make it to where it could, though. There are ways to undo things, but there's also ways to not undo things. Right? You can just like poison the history with a bunch of events, you know? All right. Yeah, yeah. Have I lost a bit of steam? Maybe. Application shit. So yeah, we're gonna have to do an ng on init. Do I need to do the whole implements thing? I think I do, right? Where my Angular experts at? Right? We had one earlier for Svelte stuff. Where my Angular experts at? Heading to bed? No worries, baby. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow. No big deal. We got to think about what food I eat tomorrow. Shit. Maybe I start thawing my bacon tonight so I can do nachos tomorrow. It's beef bacon. I think that counts, though. Right? For nachos, I think beef bacon totally counts. And then, yeah, hoping I feel healthy enough for Sunday. Because, yeah, I have a friend that wants to meet up, maybe do just like a quick round of like, hitting some balls at a golf, at a driving range. And he wants to like gift me some lights, which I think I kind of need anyway. I also think I can gift him my 360 cam because I want to buy a brand new 360 cam. Like, I think I got the X3. I forget which version I have, but yeah, like the new Insta360 cameras are quite nice. So I'm thinking about upgrading. Ooh, DoorDash. I could DoorDash food right now instead of cooking dumplings. And then I could just do dumplings tomorrow. Butter chicken? Butter chicken? No. I'm going to put off the butter chicken. Because then I can just do it next week. I can do that on like Monday, Tuesday, whenever, right? Right? Like with my sinuses, right? My taste buds are off. I wouldn't even be able to do the butter chicken justice. Meanwhile, dumplings, they always taste good, even if your sinuses are off. If you don't know, flavor, right? Like your taste of flavor is heavily dictated by your sense of smell. So yeah, like for the past week, food just hasn't like tasted quite right. That steak I ate was delicious, still, right? But it could have been better. So yeah, I don't know. It's not worth the premium that the butter chicken cost me, while the dumplings I got is like a $7 meal versus a $40 meal. Dumplings. I'll just do dumplings tonight. It'll be fine. All right, so All right, so they're complaining about that. That means that I don't think we actually rebuilt. Brooks, have I ever tried Bun? It's faster than NPM or PNPM. Bun takes a lot of liberties, and I prefer PNPM for workspace stuff in general. I know Bun is cool, and I actually got to like interview. Like do the Q&A session after his talk with Jared Sumner, and like after everything, like just walking around that day, we like locked eyes and chatted for a bit. Like super cool dude, very very interesting stuff. I know I've reached out to them in the past, like, hey, when you're trying to build your cloud offering, let me know. I'd still happily help them build their cloud offering, but I'm not a Zig developer. I'm not as low level as they want for their runtime, so I would really only be able to help when they're ready to do like cloud shit. Right? When they're trying to build their cloud platform, I'm all in. Like, yeah, let's build, right? I'd happily go work. I don't necessarily want to move to fucking SF, but I would happily remotely work to help build out their cloud offering. I just don't know when they're going to do that, and it might be a couple years. But I do think what Bun is doing and what Jared's doing, like, dude, he's a fucking genius. I think all the stuff he's building into the runtime is really smart, just like improving the standard library of these kind of tools and stuff. Absolutely. To me, it just doesn't seem like it's worth the squeeze yet. And especially because I think in terms of Lambda function stuff, right? So like, hold on, max day. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, so in terms of like cold start times, like I think AWS Lambdas and how you end up building around them is an important thing. At the end of the day, I'd probably just pick Rust every time. Now, could you make something LLRT based and then you're just running JavaScript and it's fast enough cold start wise? Absolutely. But then when we scroll down, we see like Bun is super slow there. I'm just wondering, like, is there a way to build and run Bun in a way that doesn't incur the same overhead as these things? And I think probably, right? Because these cold start times are shit. If they were looking for a developer advocate, I would be massively pushing them towards how do we fix this problem? Now, they're not looking for a developer advocate to do that kind of thing. They're looking for people to build docs and people to make blog posts and do that. And I'm sure they got someone doing that, so they're good to go. But that's what I would want to do if I were to join their organization. I would want to solve the Lambda problem. Yes, you could compile Bun to a standalone executable, and I think that might help solve this problem. But I don't know. I haven't tried it, and it just hasn't been worth my time to do so yet, 3D Factor. But I do think the compile bun to an executable might solve this problem. But I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. I just don't know. But no matter what, they should have somebody on the team who gives a shit about these metrics. If they don't have anyone yet and it's not a concern for them yet, it's not a concern for me until they start caring, you know? Like, in general, the speed of your, like, glue framework doesn't matter much until you're dealing with cold start times in AWS Lambdas. But if you're dealing with, like, persistent servers, yeah, the speed of your glue language doesn't fucking matter. Which is why Ruby is still a massively viable way of building applications today, right? Ruby on Rails. Because your developer time is your most expensive resource. So, Brooks, I know that's not the question you asked, but I'm just pointing out why I haven't given Bun enough of a look yet. Because when it comes to any of this stuff, if I'm writing JavaScript on the server, I care about Lambda, and that's about it. Like, I'm not going to write a persistent JavaScript backend. Now, I'm just not going to do that. I think that's a big thing to recognize about just simply how you like to host applications. For me, if I'm doing JavaScript, I'm probably considering Lambda. And at that point, I'm probably not considering Bun because I can get far enough with just regular old Node and I'm good to go. And if I really want to push it, I can do LLRT. Now, in the future, I would probably consider Rust for any time that I want to start doing like Lambda stuff. For sure. But I have a bunch of things that I built around a framework called Architect to where it's just not worth rebuilding everything yet. And yeah, GJ, no worries. Eventually, I'd love to rebuild the entire like Architect meta framework that I have into a Rust Architect meta framework, and then, dude, that would be endgame for me at that point. But it's just not worth my time because I need to build and launch applications and prove their utility before it's worth like micro optimizing, right? The difference between 15 milliseconds and, let's say, 130 milliseconds for cold start times doesn't matter if nobody's using your app. And then once you're like hot started, the difference between 5 milliseconds and 8 milliseconds, or 9 technically, doesn't fucking matter either. Your 10 users are going to be pissed about 50 milliseconds. They aren't. They really aren't. And yeah, like a lot of this is like micro optimization. So, you know, does Button even need to care about this? They don't. They really, really, really don't. It's not something they should focus on. Seems .NET's come a long way. I mean, still pretty damn slow. We're Is there something like early that you saw? .NET 9 AOT? Oh, that's like the ahead of time compiler. I get that. Sure. Pretty solid. Pretty damn solid, actually, yeah. Some of this is weird. Like, dude, Apple Swift 5.8 versus 6.2. Their hot start times get way worse. Like, fucking crazy worse. And yeah, like, really, once you're looking at hot start times, these things change a bit. I wish there was a way to, like, sort not just by cold start, but also hot start. Because that could be interesting, too. Right? It would change the game on, like, what you're considering for some of this other stuff. Right? Just because Go has, like, a longer cold start time, its hot start times are fucking crazy, dude. That's really nice. But okay, can I recognize I am kind of losing steam? When it says Rust, it means Rust Wasm. No, it doesn't mean Rust Wasm. It means literally Rust. Inside of an AWS Lambda, you can run binaries, right? Like, just because it says Go doesn't mean Go Wasm, right? No, this is just a binary running in a Lambda. What that does kind of open the door for is, what about something like Porphyr, where you could write JavaScript code and then ahead of time optimize that JavaScript code into Wasm that then runs like a fucking heavily optimized binary. I would love to start seeing Porphyr put its hat in the ring for these things, but Porphyr still has work, right? Right? So when we look at the amount of stuff that Porphyr is doing towards the Test 262 official ECMAScript conformance test suite, he's above 60% already, which is fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, Oliver's putting in major work. Like, major work. Killing it. And this is just regular old JavaScript that you could then compile to WebAssembly in an ahead-of-time optimized fashion and theoretically run way faster looking at benchmarks here, right? Dude, order of magnitude faster. So, still, it's very early, but he does need help, maybe. The crazy thing to me is that Porphyr is written in raw JavaScript, too. That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude. So yeah, Oliver is a fucking genius. And he's a cool dude, too. He's been in here. Canada Honk is what he goes by on, like, social media. New Duck is his name here in chat. We haven't seen him for a little while, but yeah, he's awesome. I'm a big fan. So yeah, I think Porphyr is the most compelling thing in the JavaScript ecosystem going right now. Like, this is magic to me, right? Like, in a time where people are rewriting JavaScript things into Rust, right? Like Biome and what's the Webpack, RS pack, right? Like ES build, like all these things in the JavaScript ecosystem that are getting rewritten into Rust or Go or whatever. Meanwhile, Oliver's just sitting there writing JavaScript and writing JavaScript to turn JavaScript into something massively fucking performant. Like, yeah, that's super cool, man. But yeah, so I'm getting hungry. Who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Yeah, I'm losing steam. We'll do more of this Angular stuff tomorrow, and then we'll maybe do the solid JS thing after that. Then we'll flip a coin if it's worth doing the Ember thing. Oh, I see ODAT Nerd. I go raid ODAT Nerd. Yeah, he's great. All right, so I'll be over on my gaming stream. All right, for everyone unaware, that gaming stream is Griffing and Chill on Twitch. You can hang out with me there. We're going to watch at least like an episode of something. Maybe IT Crowd, maybe Father Ted, maybe Black Books. Like, I don't know, just some random TV show. Maybe Community. Who cares? Whatever. We'll watch something while my dumplings cook. And then I'll hop into a game tonight. And that game will either be Mass Effect or Outer Worlds 2. Or I just download Dispatch Ad Hoc and we start that from scratch, because why not? Fuck it. I may have to clear up a bunch of space on my hard drive. So that might lend itself towards Mass Effect or what was the other? Outer Worlds 2. Yeah, no worries, X Factor. I'll see some y'all over there. Yeah, we'll be chilling. But let's go say hi to ODAT Nerd. And people on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a really good day today. Swampy, Mr. Sir, I see ya. I see the good evening. Sorry it took me so long to reply. Brooks, thank you for chilling. I'll see you again. I'll be here tomorrow, right? So, yeah, YouTube channel, good. But Twitch for gaming, Griffing and Chill in just 5 minutes or so. Later, everyone.